Are you still here, Blaze? No, I died. Wow. I was just like, I might just go over it with you because honestly, this is some pretty heavy allegations for something. Reading this shiz. Oh, you're reading it too? Some pretty crazy stuff, and it's basically what people were saying, if it's true. It was either August or October. Yeah, it was it's a shorter name of a month. Like it was, I would assume like August or October. It wouldn't be like December or anything, because that's not really a good time to release a game. Like November, December is usually kind of weaker, I would say, because they talked about being a good release time. But yeah, I mean, like the press release from Krafton was not very good, you know? Like it was not very professional. It was just like they were off, this developer was off on a working on a film project, and it's like they did not follow their whatever, follow suit, and usually follows a word that starts with a vowel. That's correct. Oh, they definitely have damaged the fan anticipation and undermined the release of Subnautica 2, no doubt. So it's either August or October that it was planned. Yeah, I'm not surprised. When you gotta remember, like the stuff with like the early access and all these like slides that were leaked, that was probably Krafton that leaked those. I mean, knowing possibly what's being alleged right now, it may have undoubtedly been them, because who else would have leaked that kind of stuff? All like those slides and things that were basically like, oh, Subnautica's behind. And I think like if they were like ballsy enough to get rid of like the leads like that, then they definitely could have fabricated something like that, or like use that to their advantage if it was real to some extent. I feel like there's probably a lot of, you don't really know what's really true right now. But like this is like being brought up to like, this is like going to court and stuff. Well, I don't know if it is. Like I mean, I'm assuming it will be. Um, so I feel like the founders, like they're pretty rich people. I feel like they wouldn't really just fabricate all this or lie about all this. But who knows? Because they already got 500 mil, I think, across the three of them. There's still that 250 mil, of course. Or I guess the 225, I guess, for them. That they were gonna give to everybody. Split, I guess. Parties. Oh, I just talked about the parties. Yeah, representative for Unknown Worlds. Unknown Worlds former shareholders. Yeah, they're basically just saying that like they got ousted from their own company, which is kind of what people were saying before the Krafton stuff recently. Yeah, defendant Krafton. I'm gonna try to save this PDF. Yeah, good luck. I was trying to like get it like summarized or like simplified a bit, but I couldn't download it. Subject matter. Oh, okay, it just says jurisdiction and all that. Actual background. It's just a bit of a story behind it. Modded half-life, natural selection. Oh. Yeah, natural selection 2 was pretty popular. Last Bacon mentioned, no way, really? Oh, yeah, it must be going quickly. Subnautica. Riley Robinson. Robinson, hmm? God, the amount of like craft on dick riding that was going on. Oh my god. I don't know if you've seen like the cesspools of like comments and stuff. Well, like everyone would just like quit going after them. If Crafton says it's not ready, it's not ready. Like, oh my god, people were like like at their freaking on their knees. I'm kind of somewhere in the middle. Because I don't really know, but with this, it's hard to say because this is pretty damning. I'm in the middle too. Because Krafton paints it like all the leads didn't do anything, but the leads are like, well, we did stuff, we were promised freedom and all this, and like it kind of the way we wanted to do things, we were allowed to kind of thing through the contract. So, yeah, I don't know. Great offer. Oh, of course, a lucrative offer. Unknown Worlds would remain an independent studio, proven its ability to create immersive experiences. Yeah, yeah. But based on how Krafton acted, it's hard to not or to take not to take their side. Yeah, because they were being pretty like, I guess, like, I don't even know what you'd call it. Yeah, no shit. Unknown Worlds and Subnautica are like a lot of potential. How wise is the boar? Oh, how wise is this boar? Earn out bonus of up to 250 million based on Unknown Worlds revenue through December 31st, 2025, through earn-out period of June 2026. That was the big piece, and then they kind of classified all that. Founders owed approximately blank of the shares. Yeah, a bunch of acquisition stuff. Founders want to make sure that they retain control of the revenue streams. Yeah, yeah. And so they could not be terminated. Right. Wow, there's so much commentary stuff. They're really showing how the fans reacted. Notwithstanding anything to the contrary in the agreement, it could not terminate any employee of Unknown Worlds. When is Subnautica 2 coming out? I don't know. Who knows at this point with all this crap. They say everything's fine for the developers right now, but I don't know. This seems to suggest otherwise. But who am I to say? Unlawfully terminating the heads of the company. So yeah, basically it's alleging that they're avoiding the payout, like basically what people were saying and what the Bloomberg article was originally about. And so they got rid of the leads. It is that, yeah. Well, that's like what they say at the beginning. That's literally like what they outline. They're just trying to dodge the 250 million. No, exactly. Yeah, yeah. They're going to extreme lengths too. They were basically canceling everything. Subnautica 2. Trying to get my old color back. Oh no, yeah. That's not it. Yeah, that's not it. Before the acquisition, Cleveland was largely focused on running the Moonbreaker team. Cleveland also got to work on Subnautica on the Subnautica film Craft CEO had encouraged him to pursue. And the first release post-acquisition was Moonbreaker. Unknown Worlds worked on Moonbreaker for 5 years. Moonbreaker did not sell as well as the team had hoped, yeah. Yeah, Moonbreaker was kind of like a bit of a shortcoming, I guess. Because I hadn't heard of it at all. It might be. Subnautica movie is wild. Yeah, that's interesting. Unknown Worlds pushed the planned early access release back to the fourth quarter of 2024 and then to the first half of 2025. The fan community's excitement for the game increased when in November 2023, Crackdown revealed in a financial support that the Subnautica sequel would be released on that timeline. With additional review of the game within Unknown Worlds and additional feedback and conversations, Unknown World pushed the release date one last time to blank 2025. So that's probably what we were going to get this year. Unknown World saw this as the sweet spot for release timing, late enough to allow its developers to get the game ready and early enough for the fan community to join the effort and help the developers iterate. Craftdown agreed. Conversations with Craftdown also led the founders to clarify their responsibilities in 2024 by changing titles. Yeah, okay, yada yada. More supervisory role. Yeah, so they took more supervisory roles. Like that was like an agreed upon thing. Is Subnautica 2 early access out yet? No, not even. This is what we're talking about. That's what's coming out. And it's been getting pushed around because basically the developers of Subnautica, the parent company that owns Unknown Worlds, is allegedly trying to avoid a payout that was agreed upon in the acquisition of Unknown Worlds after Below Zero. I think in like 2021. I think that's the long and short. Okay, it talks about each of the people. Cleveland changed from CEO to design director, removing administrative tasks Craftdown required of a CEO and allowing him to focus on Subnautica's cross-media expansion. And oh yeah, because that was mostly the Subnautica film for Cleveland. McGuire was technical director to special project director. Unknown World's most talented engineer. Focus on research and development within the studio rather than managing people. Gill's title changed from president to CEO, a role that allowed him to free Cleveland. Okay. Multiple Craftdown executives congratulated Gill on assuming his new role. The only Subnautica going to be a minnow. Well, it's called a tadpole actually, not a minnow, but given its centrality and company success, the founders, of course, maintained an active role in Subnautica too. So yeah, they were active in it. Like they weren't like dismissive to it, or they didn't avoid the game. Overall creative and commercial direction, supervising the day-to-day leads. The more I read, the more pissed I get. Broad franchise IP success. Oh, I see. But the role clarifications allow them to widen their scope and push for the kind of broad franchise IP success that Craftdown wanted. Yeah, I'm hearing a lot about Craftdown for sure. That doesn't surprise me. Oh, there's like YouTube comments. Oh, it's from the teaser trailer. So it's just some like enthusiasm. Teaser trailer revealed over 15 million. Yeah, and the game, the Subnautica 2 had over 2.5 million wish lists as well. I think Steam, it was like the third most wishlisted game on Steam. I don't know about like after all the drama and all that, but second most wishlisted game in the entire world with over 2.48 million signups. That's crazy for a game. Obviously, Subnautica 2, I'm not surprised, but Damn. Smash hit. Yeah, it was definitely slated to be a smash hit. Krafton begins to worry that Subnautica 2's success will force it to pay the earnout. That's the big thing. As momentum was building, the reality of what this would mean for the earnout hit Krafton. When that reality happened, everything changed. In early 2025, given the upcoming release, Gil was negotiating incentive bonuses for the many employees who are not guaranteed to receive earnout pay. In the course of those conversations, Gil provided Krafton executives a set of realistic financial projections. Might as well read through a bunch, because it is interesting. That's kind of what I'm already doing. Under one projection, the founders and the Unknown Worlds employees would earn blank, and under the other, they would make, yes, yeah, it's some classified stuff. Specifically, Gil, in subsequent conversations, Gil confirmed that these revenue projections were conservative and that the actual revenue would likely be higher. Not only were the scenarios missing significant revenue streams, specifically mobile and Switch 2 sales. Switch 2, eh? I'm gonna collect some dirt here. And, I mean, mobile as well. That's interesting. Also underestimated continuous sales of Subnautica and Subnautica Below Zero. Those games would have a bump in sales. Yeah, obviously, those games are still getting purchased. Perhaps more importantly, the projections considered only what the earnout would be if the window ended in 2025, but the EPA permits the window to be expected through June 2026, with nearly a year of Subnautica 2 revenue included. It is highly likely that the founders of the Unknown Worlds employees would make, yeah, so yeah, a lot of stuff. You know, that's not... Oh, you doing the octopus in the chat? Games. Yeah. That was the turning point for the relationship with Krafton after Krafton's leaders reviewed Gil's projections and evaluated the anticipated revenue and earnout numbers. Everything changed. During the first week of April 2025, Unknown Worlds publishing colleagues in Krafton's El Segundo, California office turned to Korea to finalize the marketing and advertising strategy. For Subnautica 2's launch, upon their return, the El Segundo team, Krafton employees reported that Gil that Krafton's leadership was not focused on a successful launch, but instead on how it could convince Unknown Worlds to delay the game. So they've shifted. As soon as they're like, oh damn, this game is gonna be making lots of money and we'll have to actually pay this bonus, they're like, okay, let's shift gears on how we can delay this game. Allegedly. Not saying that this is all true, like fact, but it's in a legal document, so there has to be some kind of backing to it. Also, colleagues informed Gil that Krafton's legal team was combining through the arguments or the agreements, looking for any opening to terminate the founders if they proceeded with the planned blank release. So yeah, whenever it was set to release, they were kind of pushing for it. Well, if they were to push for it, they would be terminated apparently, which I guess they did. The El Segundo colleagues told Gil it was clear that Krafton was aiming to avoid paying the earnout, so they're completely dodging it. The founders were shocked. Krafton had promised in the EPA that it would not take any actions with the primary business purpose of depriving sellers of the earnout payments, and now it appeared that Krafton was taking steps to delay the launch and even fire the founders for that very purpose. Xbox, ooh, nice. I mainly played on PC here, but I have the PlayStation one as well, and I guess mobile now. Clash between the game's prospects and Krafton's delay goals crystallized after Gil met with Krafton Chief Global Publishing Officer Gino. During the April 8th meeting, it appeared all had not received the message from Krafton headquarters that Subnautica 2 needed to be delayed. O told Gill that the founders were being too conservative in their sales figures for Subnautica 2, that they needed to aim bigger. With Xbox and then... Oh, cool. Yeah, so the story goes. I wanted to put together a business marketing plan to sell 2 to 3 million copies by December 31st, 2025. So that's pretty big for just 2025. I mean, that was surely possible. This would have left sellers poised to easily make their full 250 million earnout, considering that half the year had passed. Yeah, exactly. I'll point that to Krafton recent early access launch of another game, Inzoi. Oh yeah, Inzoi, which sold 1.1 million copies in the first week. So that's the life simulation game that people thought was going to be like overtaking The Sims. That's what I remember Krafton from. I was like, oh, Krafton owns Subnautica as well now. That's crazy. I thought Unknown Worlds should easily double that sales figure with proper publishing support. But days later, the founders received confirmation that Krafton's support had gone cold. On April 11th, 2025, Krafton's head of publishing for the Americas reported that to Gill that Krafton was looking to delay the game, but did not seem to have a valid reason for doing so. From mid-April forward, Krafton began building a new story that Subnautica 2 was not ready and could not be released in the slated date. I'm just saying that just because the date's hashed out. Bigger than Cyclops, only playable with mods. Oh, the Atlas. Yeah, that was theoretic, something that I think it was a concept from the devs that they were actually going to add, but they didn't end up just because of how big it was. Although I think they're going to be adding stuff of like Cyclops level into Subnautica 2. Obviously, probably not in early access. I would guess. I think we're just seeing the tadpole and like the stuff for it as we saw in the gameplay trailer. I don't even know because who knows what's happening. Searched up Subnautica subs and that came up. Yeah. There's a lot of modded vehicles, big modded scene for Subnautica. Checked out a bunch of them in my mod pack when I was playing, or like the mods, or the modded series. I like the big ones. Yeah, there's the modded one is the Beluga. The Atlas was like the concept one, but the Beluga is like one that someone made for the game. Krafton embraces obstructionist tactics to delay Subnautica 2 and avoid paying the earnout. At this point, Krafton began a months-long campaign designed to delay Subnautica 2's launch and avoid the earnout. In late April, Krafton's chief global publishing officer declared that Krafton wanted to assign a new publishing team to Subnautica 2, despite Unknown World's great relationship with Krafton's El Segundo publishing unit. Unknown Worlds' only requests were for Krafton to assign someone who had experience in shipping early access titles, could work with Unknown Worlds, mostly American and European time zones, and spoke English at least conversationally. Oh my gosh, this is the deep end for sure. Now, Krafton met none of those requests. It assigned a VP of publishing who had extremely limited experience releasing a PC game, who had just worked on his first early access title, was based in Korea and thus different time zone than needed, and did not speak English. In meetings throughout May, Krafton's publishing team advanced the new company line Subnautica 2 was not ready. They tried to seize control over the launch, asserting that contrary to popular clear terms of the EPA, the release date would be Krafton's call. They delayed decisions and delivered incomplete work product. On May 20th, 2025, Cleveland joined Kim, Krafton's CEO, and some colleagues for lunch. Kim said that if Unknown Worlds released the game on its planned timeline, meaning Krafton would have to pay the earnout, it could be disastrous financially and hugely embarrassing for Krafton. Krafton later asserted that Kim never made those statements. Instead, Krafton claimed Kim's words had been incorrectly interpreted by the translators, an issue that had not arisen in any other translated meetings in over almost 4 years. A week later, Chief Global Publishing Officer told Gill that if Unknown Worlds was going to release Subnautica 2 with Krafton, it had to be done his way or not at all. Kim is the CEO of Krafton, like the publishing company behind Unknown Worlds right now. We are not. O was offended when Gilt reminded him that the EPA preserved the release date decision for Unknown Worlds alone. Shortly thereafter, Krafton demanded that Unknown Worlds delay the game until 2026, again claiming that Subnautica 2 was not ready. Krafton's obstructionist tactics intensified at a May 27th, 2025 milestone review meeting. You can play it with 4 people. That would be sick. Yeah, you can play it with a few people. Krafton, and in the gameplay trailer, it does show that like multiple people are grabbing onto the tadpole, which is interesting. So you can like multiple people can ride the little vehicle. So I'm assuming like the big subs, well, obviously there won't be like multiple people to use them because it has to be single player first. But still, that's pretty cool. Milestone review meeting. A Krafton mandated gatekeeping process for checking on games in development. At the meeting, Krafton announced that the game had to be delayed based on the review of its internal experts. The founders would later learn that the purported experts had little expertise to share. None had worked on a successful early access games, and none had experience with games in Subnautica 2's genre, survival. For their part, the founders explained at the milestone review meeting why Krafton's view was wrong and why the planned 2025 release should proceed. Right. They explained that playtest data, feedback from hundreds of community members who played the game for thousands of hours unequivocally confirmed that the game was ready to go. Right, so that was about the Steam playtest. So what they said in their PR statement about the people in the playtest, kind of that suggesting that the game wasn't ready as well, was untrue by this logic then. That they actually said the contrary, and they were actually quite positive about it. They explained that playtest data unequivocally confirmed that the game was ready to go, and they expressed concern that taking longer to develop the game would risk losing many benefits of open development. Yeah, that's kind of the big thing that people are talking about now. The most important factor in Unknown Worlds is a successful track record. A few days later, okay, I won't read that point because that's all like classified anyway. That's like hashed out. I won't worry about that. Krafton takes its delay tactics to another level, pulling all support for the whatever month launch for the express purpose of frustrating the earnout. In the face of Unknown Worlds' resolve, Krafton amplified its obstructionist agenda. It sent letters to the founders making a variety of unfounded claims about the game's readiness and the founders' abilities or activities, issued an internal stop work order, and pulled all of its resources from Subnautica 2. This orchestrated effort aimed to delay the game and thereby harm the earnout. Krafton pulled the many corporate resources it had long committed to providing Unknown Worlds support for the launch. For example, Krafton marketing team had been set to support the game's release with over something in asset creation, trailers, influencer kits, and audio series, and the blank cover of PC Gamer. Krafton simply stopped responding to and paying the vendors, leaving Gil scrambling to inform anyone he could. That blank. Yeah, it seems like a lot of like obstructionist stuff, basically blocking all of these things and not paying certain things and all that. Krafton's localization team had been set to translate the game into 9 languages needed for Unknown Worlds' global audience. No longer. Krafton's analytics team had been set to provide back-end services, including analytics and server infrastructure. No longer. Krafton's policy team had been set to devise key policies such as terms of use and privacy. No longer. Krafton's legal team had been set to provide contract review services in advance of the launch. No longer. Indeed, one of Krafton's El Segundo publishing employees reported to Gil that Krafton headquarters told all Krafton teams to stop all creative tasks related to Subnautica 2. The employee's supervisor even demanded that he and his team cease communication with Unknown Worlds altogether. Krafton's tactics were so egregious as to impair Unknown Worlds' relationships with key industry partners. Perhaps most notably, the company lost several highly valuable promotional opportunities with a bunch of people that I can't read because it's all hashed out. When Krafton neglected to respond to blank emails, multiple Krafton employees suggested to Gil that the purpose of these actions was to diminish the earnout, and Krafton's head of global strategy and operations told Gil that pulling these resources was a permissible way for Krafton to avoid supporting the earnout. If this were not enough, Krafton then took aim at harming Unknown Worlds' relationship with its fan community. It seized control of unknownworlds.com and Subnautica.com and posted without consulting the founders or obtaining their approval. A statement apologizing for Subnautica taking far longer than any of us have ever attended and making allegations about Cleveland and McGuire's alleged roles. The message threatened to cast a cloud of uncertainty over the game within the market and the user base. Posting this message without the knowledge or consent of anyone at Unknown Worlds violated multiple provisions of the EPA, including the founders' right to complete operational control over Unknown Worlds. Krafton was forced to take the message down and return control of the two websites. Around the same time, Krafton escalated its intimidation campaign against the founders. In a June 10th letter to the founders, Krafton CEO made unfounded claims about Cleveland and McGuire's involvement with Unknown Worlds and falsely accused the founders of failing to fulfill their contractual responsibilities and violating their fiduciary duties. On June 18th, Krafton's head of global strategy and operations met with Gil and made Krafton's first attempt to get the founders to accept a lower earnout. Krafton's lowball pressure tactics would not have left the sellers anything close to what they had deserved and did not allow them to share the earnout with the full team, so the founders declined. I'll go over it once I reach the next section. I'm almost at the end of this one because this is a lot of information, so I'll pause in a bit. Just since this is like a public document for the thing, I figured I'd read it just so I could get a better idea. And I was like, oh, Blaze is here, might as well read it on stream. The founders declined. By June 19th, Krafton again increased its efforts to pressure the founders not to release the game. Krafton sent another letter taking issue with Unknown Worlds exercising its contractual right to control the release or launch date. The letter again made baseless allegations that the founders were violating contracts and breaching their fiduciary duties, and it threatened that to prevent the release of Subnautica 2, Krafton would take over operational control of Unknown Worlds despite the EPA's direct command to the contrary. Krafton returned to the negotiating table on June 26, 2025, so we're getting pretty recent now. This time offering the amount that Krafton models showed the earnout would be without the marketing and publishing support Krafton had pulled. Krafton acknowledged in its meeting that sales would be more successful and the earnout higher had Krafton provided the agreed upon marketing and publishing support for Subnautica 2. The founders again declined the offer. The founders' last interactions with Krafton leadership were in late June. On June 25th, Krafton's head of corporate development told Gil that Krafton's plan was to remove Unknown Worlds' board and fire the founders. She warned Gil that the lawyers are ready to go. 2 days later, on a call with Krafton's head of global strategy and operations, Gil made additional efforts to negotiate with hopes of reaching a mutually agreeable outcome. Mutually agreeable outcome and gaining Krafton's support, among other things. Gil suggested that the founders would personally take less, so that a larger portion of the earnout could go down to the world's dedicated team. In response, Gil was told that this will be our last call. Nonetheless, even in the face of Krafton's extreme sandbagging and pressure tactics, Subnautica 2 remained set for its 2025 release. Krafton's campaign had needlessly harmed the game, but it had not prevented the launch. Krafton was out of options. Okay, I finished it. This is even more insane than I thought. Yeah, I'm still reading. This is wicked. Like, what they're saying is that Krafton basically went through all the options of their power, going against like the contract they had agreed upon upon the acquisition, just to avoid this payout. Like, that is crazy. Crazy to even describe it, honestly. Krafton fires Unknown Worlds' founders and seizes control of all the studio to delay Subnautica 2, aiming to avoid the earnout and keep all profits for Krafton alone. Since they said the game was ready and that they were finalizing things, I'm inclined to believe August was the time. I mean, they released the gameplay trailer. Like I mean, obviously, I think that was planned ahead of time. I think that was gonna be like teasing it in August. Like that, like just came out not too long ago, and I think that would have been like their way of being like, oh, it's coming out in August, 2025. Because like they were clearly amping up for it. Like you can't say that they weren't, or at least that they weren't trying to amp up for it. Obviously, there was a lot of pressure behind the scenes to not do that. Yeah, the devlogs. Yeah, like they wouldn't just be releasing devlogs and the teaser and all of this stuff if they were actually going to do it in 2026. You know, they were 100% undoubtedly aiming for 2025, and they knew they were ready for it. Because like what I'm saying is like this is legal documents. So clearly it has to have some kind of backing. Clearly they have to be very like intent on this stuff, and this is what pretty much all the stuff we've heard about already confirms, apart from the craft on stuff, which the stuff we've heard from craft on, you, I mean, how can you take it at its word at this point if this is what's being said? And obviously there's all sorts of other possibilities still, but I don't know. I feel like it paints a pretty clear picture so far, at least, as to what's going on. And like the PR response, like I said earlier, the PR response was just super unprofessional. Like it was like they had been like I don't know, they just sounded so offended and stuff. And it just didn't really sound like something I would hear like a multi-billion-dollar company saying in a statement, basically being like laziness, developers, we got rid of them. I think that was just, you know, and of course like them doing the bonus now is them trying to cover their asses a bit. But I think that a lot of the damage they did is already done at this point, if that's true. Which I'm inclined to believe. Also, Krafton saying that he was working on movies instead of the game. Yeah, Krafton wasn't wrong, but the way they made it sound is that it was unrelated to Subnautica as a whole. Well, yeah, and he's been working on multiple projects too, but they gave him the freedom to do so. As it says in there, uh, he was given the freedom to do so through the like they approved of it clearly. Like it wasn't like a thing that they're like no, and it's Subnautica related, like the big one that they talk about here. It's just crazy. So they're just using basically what they said they could do against them. It's a Subnautica movie, like so. Like what the fuck? Yeah. Krafton fires Unknown Worlds' founders and seizes control of the studio to delay Krafton to aiming to avoid the earnout and keep all profits for Krafton alone. With the, I'll just say blank really launch date looming. Yeah, looming. So it says looming. That must be August. With the August launch date looming, like an October launch date, I wouldn't say that would be looming by this point. But that's just like speculation. Obviously, we don't know. And its delay tactics having failed, Krafton took the nuclear option. It fired all three founders and delayed the game's launch until 2026. On July 1st, 2025, Krafton emailed each of its founders with letters informing each that they had been terminated effective immediately. Yeah, that's fall. Leaves already falling by that point. Indeed. Before terminating the founders, Krafton also removed them from Unknown Worlds' board of directors without their knowledge. Indeed, Krafton did not consult with the founders before either their termination or the board removal, contrary to Krafton's express promise to consult in good faith before taking any action that would reasonably be expected to materially decrease the earnout amount. In the termination letter, Steve Papoutsis, oh yeah, that's the new CEO now, that replaced the three of them, acting on behalf of Krafton, explained that each was fired because of their intention to proceed with a premature release of Subnautica 2. Through reference to subsections of the founders' employment agreements, the letters make clear that the founders were terminated without cause, despite the expressed terms of the EPA permitting only a for-cause termination. Specifically, the termination letters provide that Krafton's payment of the amounts and benefits set forth in Section 7B of the employment agreements is conditioned upon the founder's release of claims. So yeah, just a bunch of legal stuff. I'll skip over all the classified things. This without cause termination violates the express terms of the EPA, which allowed Krafton to fire the founders only for cause. Nor would Krafton have had cause to terminate the founders. The EPA specifically limits a for-cause termination to situations involving the commission of a felony, an intentional act of fraud or dishonesty, intentional wrongful. Yeah, okay, so it just talks about that. That consults gross misconduct and that is injurious to unknown worlds where willful means committed without good faith and without a reasonable belief that the act or omission was in unknown worlds' best interest. Even on Twitter, I see comments like, "What with the way you guys handled Below Zero and made Woke trash, you had it coming, or you deserve this for Below Zero." I saw a lot of that. A lot of people using Below Zero as like the card, basically. They're like, "Oh, Below Zero was so bad, Subnautica 2 was just gonna be dead in the water." Like, I get that like Below Zero was not as good as Subnautica, but I don't think it's worthy of all of the hate it receives. You know, like people are like, "Woke, I didn't play it because it had a black character." Or like all this. So like I didn't play it because some people were more like fair, like not playing it because it had a lot of like voice work and like like other characters and stuff. That's fair, like narratively, but like involving like race and all this stuff, like that's not necessary. It's like, oh, it's woke now. Like, come on, Sam flirts with a girl, game bad. Yeah, that's basically the people. I mean, obviously, with like no matter what, with public, you're gonna be getting people talking like that. It's not really the place for it. I don't think. Like I'd say like regardless of like that, I think Below Zero is still pretty solid. Obviously not as good as Subnautica. I'll say it. Like I know people are like, oh, it's not good, but like I don't think it was really intended to be the next Subnautica anyway. You know, could it have been better? Yeah. Could they have released it earlier? Yeah. Um, in the first game, Riley ain't white either, so how is that better? Yeah. Yeah, Riley isn't even white. I don't even know. Anyway, I'll keep reading. I might as well finish this before. I didn't read the beginning. I read like the beginning just like while stream was going. Stupid arguments for real. Yeah. Regardless, the founders have not individually or collectively done anything that could even plausibly fall within the section, the strict definition of cause. In concert with its termination of the founders, Krafton publicly announced that Papoutsis would be appointed CEO of Unknown Worlds, replacing the founders effective immediately. Krafton brought Papoutsis over from a different video game company. He had zero prior experience with Unknown Worlds, let alone Subnautica 2, the game whose launch Krafton deemed the founders unfit to oversee. In its specific statement, Krafton indicated that the early access release of Subnautica 2 would be delayed, explaining that its internal processes focus on delivering the right game at the right time, and that it would be doing everything possible to ensure the final result of the game would be worth the wait. Unknown Worlds' employees who remained with the company subsequently confirmed to Guild that Krafton had pulled the release of Subnautica 2 and intended to launch it sometime in 2026 instead. As of July 9th, Krafton has publicly confirmed the 2026 release timeline. In short, Krafton flagrantly breached both the letter and the spirit of the promises at the very core of its agreement to purchase Unknown Worlds. It promised to leave creative and operational control in the hands of the founders, promise broken. It promised to consult with the founders before taking any action that could harm the earnout, promise broken. It promised not to take any action with the primary business purpose of frustrating the earnout, promise broken. And it promised to not terminate the founders without cause, promise broken. Why? Because Krafton knew that allowing the founders to launch Subnautica 2 as planned would generate enormous commercial success and require Krafton to pay the $250 million earnout. By firing the founders and delaying the launch, Krafton can capture what's left of the game's commercial success without paying the Unknown Worlds team a penny of the earnout. In the name of its bottom line, Krafton has thrown its promises out the window and ripped the game from the hands of both the creators and its community. The Unknown Worlds fan community backlash is swift and fierce, showing Krafton has already done substantial harm to Subnautica 2. Even some of the language they use against Krafton is kind of wild. Yeah, for a legal document, that's some pretty intense like terms. Clearly, it does paint this picture, and it does help kind of capture the emotion that is being felt by the leadership. Like, clearly they're friggin' pissed, and I mean, I would be pissed too if it was like my brainchild, basically, Unknown Worlds, and Subnautica was like, prized possession kind of thing as like an IP. And then you see Krafton come in, basically just being like, oh, we don't need that. You don't need your money. We'll just salvage whatever we can get out of it and, move on. That's crazy. That's insane. I'm not surprised. I'm sure Krafton now was probably aiming for like a much more close to release thing. Like early access would have been a joke, or would be a joke if it releases in 2026. By certain standards, I mean, like how it is right now. The community backlash has been swift and decisive, and it demonstrates that Krafton made a miscalculation. Krafton apparently thought it could fire the founders and delay the game without harming the franchise, thereby making money for itself while avoiding any earn-out obligations. But the community's reactions show that Krafton has already caused immeasurable damage to Subnautica 2. What I imagine Krafton would do is just sub 2, and then once the fans hate they're like, yeah, Subnautica universe dead. Now let's just kill off the series. I think that's true. They would make their quick buck off of it, realize that people don't like it because of how they've handled it. I mean, obviously there's big, people don't like the game, I don't know, and then they just shut it down. Basically pull the EA, the traditional EA of like developing the game, and then basically, getting rid of it, shooting it dead, and then just moving on, or getting Unknown Worlds to do other things, or do more Subnautica games and movies and TV shows and stuff. That would just be like Titanfall 2 and Plants vs. Zombies crying. Yeah. The universal community reaction was summed up by one devastated fan's July 2nd post on Reddit. Subnautica's soul has just been ripped out. Others agreed not to be dramatic, but this is probably the end of the franchise. This is what I was thinking. I was pretty shocked, honestly. I'm sure all of us were. Krafton has ripped the guts of the series, mourned another fan in the same subreddit on July 2nd. Not to be dramatic, this is probably the end of the franchise. Yeah, okay, that's just talking about that post there. Lead developers just got fired. The game is done for. Another declared on Steam on July 2nd. Fans saw Krafton's conduct for exactly what it was, a greedy delay tactic that would harm the game. Immediately, fans declared that they were removing Subnautica 2 from the wishlist, with some encouraging others to do the same. Others said that, I won't read all the comments and stuff here, but they're all kind of just confirming this information, just for the sake of the legal document. Others said they would either wait to purchase the game or not purchase it at all. Well, I guess I ain't buying Subnautica 2 like I planned, because this looks fishy, and not in a good way. Okay, aside from the seriousness of the situation, that's pretty funny. The fishy, and not in a good way. It does look fishy and not in a good way. I was 100% set on buying it on day one, but now I'm gonna wait. I have a bad feeling about this. Another declared. But you can just see what impact this has had on the game. Even if everything resolves itself and somehow the happy ending for Subnautica 2 does happen, people are gonna be talking about this for years. And people are going to be like, oh, Subnautica 2, that's the game that got ruined by Krafton. Even if it did release properly and stuff, people would still have that, that's crazy, though. The reservations, basically. That kind of stuff would transcend no matter what happens. Because the thing with the internet is we find out about stuff, people get so vitriol, and then a lot of people just go elsewhere and never look back. That's the problem. People get mad. They're like, I'm not getting this game. Screw this game. Screw the Subnautica stuff. I'm done with it. I'm just going to play Subnautica until the end of time. And then, they just never crawl back out of the rock. That's a pretty common thing. I mean, obviously, not the damage, I don't blame people for having that kind of reaction, but still. Fan reaction was so devastating that it was promptly picked up in the industry trades, with one outlet noting Subnautica 2 fans worry the underwater survival game is dead before arrival, following its studio's sudden leadership change. I'm scared to know what this means for the future. Similarly, a major YouTube channel posted a video entitled Subnautica 2 in Trouble after founders fired from Unknown World Studio. The video gained nearly 100,000 views and thousands of comments in just a few days. Oh yeah, there's the Z1. I've been watching Z1 a lot. The video's creator noted, I thought we were in a really good place for this game, and I can't say I have that confidence anymore. And my expectations for Subnautica 2 have severely dropped. We've seen this before with other games changing the leads and stuff like this. It just completely kills it. Another popular YouTube account posted a similar video, which garnered over 300,000 views and 5,000 comments in less than a week. Yo, Last Bacon. Yeah, that's what you're saying. Baconator. Yeah. The Last Bacon. The number of similar fan reactions across YouTube, Reddit, Steam, Discord, and elsewhere was truly overwhelming. Here is just a smattering of what the fans have said after the news dropped. Yeah, so this is stuff I've probably read already. I've been pretty in tune with a lot of this stuff. I won't go through all the comments and threads, but you can get the idea, especially if you just go over these places and see. Yeah, I was keeping up too. Oh yeah. Well, obviously I was. I was super invested in this game, and I still am. The fan community does not want Krafton's public relations damage control. It wants the return of the founders. Yeah, obviously. Bring back Charlie. We want Charlie back. Do not buy Subnautica 2. That was about the boycott thing. A bunch of memes and things. Oh, that's great. And the boycott stuff. I mean, that just shows. I mean, that's true. It actually does show the community's reaction. Krafton may have believed it could fire the founders and delay the launch without harming the franchise, allowing it to keep the money for itself while avoiding its earn-out obligations. But it is now clear that with such strong backlash, Krafton has put Subnautica to itself at risk. With fan support and engagement, particularly through the early access process being so crucial to the commercial success of Unknown Worlds games, Krafton's effort to avoid its contractual obligations has already severely damaged Subnautica 2's prospects, and thus the seller's earnout. Count 1, breach of contract damages. Okay, we're looking at the actual stuff that they're going to court with. So this is the breach of contract stuff. Count 1, plaintiff realleges and incorporates by reference as if fully set forth herein in all allegations obtained in the above paragraphs. The October 2021 equity purchase agreement is a valid, enforceable, and binding contract. Yeah, so this just talks about that stuff now, the breach of contract stuff. Very legal jargon stuff. I'll read through it though. Fortius advisors and sellers have performed all of their obligations under the equity purchase agreement, except those they were prevented or excused from performing. As set forth above, Krafton breached at minimum sections 2.7e and f of the equity purchase agreement in numerous material respects, including without limitation, taking actions, the primary business purpose of which was to deprive sellers earn-out payments, failing to consult in good faith with the management of Unknown Worlds before taking actions that would reasonably be expected to materially decrease the earn-out amount, disposing of material assets of Unknown Worlds without the prior written consent of the majority of the founders, failing to permit the founders to maintain operational control of Unknown Worlds in all material aspects, including for product, roadmap, and launch, and terminating the founders without cause. Krafton's breaches have significantly injured plaintiff and sellers. Its breaches have directly, so the plaintiff is obviously Unknown Worlds or the representative, Fortius advisors. Wait, plaintiff? Yeah, because Krafton's the defendant. Breaches have directly and proximately caused a reduction in, if not eliminated entirely, the earnout that sellers would have received absent Krafton's breaches. Plaintiff seeks damages in the amount sellers would have received in earnout payments had defendants not breached the equity purchase agreement. Plaintiffs and sellers' damages include, without limitation, out-of-pocket loss damages and expenses in an amount to be determined at trial. Breach of contract, specific performance. So yeah, they're basically seeking their money, obviously. I mean, that's what this is about. They want the money that they were promised and were basically, not given. or not really given the chance. Like they just breached all the all those things. Crafton, I'm saying, breached all those things. I basically just ripped that ability from them. Plaintiff realleges and incorporates by reference as fully set herein in allegations contained in the above paragraphs. Yeah, I'm just some more jargon. As expressly contemplated and agreed in section 11.2 of the equity purchase agreement, in addition to its claim for damages, plaintiff seeks specific performance of Crafton's obligations under the equity purchase agreement. As set forth above, Crafton breached at minimum sections 2.7e and f of the equity purchase agreement in numerous material respects. Yeah, so yeah, it goes more into detail there. There's like an actual quote from it. Including without limitation, taking actions the primary business purpose of which was to deprive sellers earn-out payments. By failing to consult in good faith with the management of Unknown Worlds before taking actions that would unreasonably be expected to materially decrease the earn-out amount, disposing of, yeah, so a repeat of before. In addition to the loss of the earn-out alleged in count 1, Crafton's breaches have caused and will cause sellers irreparable harm in the form of lost goodwill, reputational damage, and loss of the right. Specifically bargained for in the equity purchase agreement to oversee and safeguard the integrity of their creative endeavors by maintaining control over the company. Crafton's actions have already severely undermined the... You're still reading this 50 pages? Yeah, there's like 60 or 58. I'm almost done. It's a legal document. This stuff's long. I just wanted to go through it. I figured it would be interesting to discuss. What was the community trust? Which sellers spent decades in... Wait, okay, let me keep going here. Crafton's actions have already severely undermined the Unknown Worlds' community trust, or Unknown Worlds' community's trust in the company. Court cases involve a lot of reading. Yeah, I couldn't even imagine the actual in-trial stuff. That I've never like seen like court cases. Well, I mean, I've seen like shows depicting court cases, but like I haven't actually been in one, or for good reason. And I haven't, of course, seen stuff. But I do know they're very like wordy. A lot of reading, a lot of agreements, and a lot of things. Legality is not. Yeah, there's a lot to it. Unknown Worlds community's trust in the company, which sellers spent decades building and maintaining, and Crafton seizing control of the company threatens to irretrievably alter the game after the founders specifically bargained for continued control over. Further, the parties agreed and stipulated in section 11.2 of the equity purchase agreement that breaches of the agreement would cause irreparable harm, and that in addition to the damages, the non-breaching party would be entitled to specific performance. Accordingly, plaintiff seeks an order awaiting specific performance of Crafton's obligations under section 2.7e and f of the purchase agreement, including without limitation restoring the founders to their positions and board seats at Unknown Worlds, restoring operational control of Unknown Worlds to the founders in all material respects, requiring Crafton to consult in good faith with the founders before taking actions that would reasonably be expected to materially decrease the earn-out amount, barring Crafton from disposing of material assets of Unknown Worlds without the prior written consent of the majority of the founders, and barring Crafton from taking actions the primary business purpose of which is to deprive sellers of their earn-out payments. Count 3. In the alternative breach of the covenant of good faith and fair dealing, plaintiff realleges in the alternative to its claims for breach of contract in counts 1 and 2, plaintiff asserts a claim for breach of the covenant good faith and fair dealing. The equity purchase agreement contains an implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing that, among other things, prohibits defendant from acting in a manner that has the effect of destroying or injuring sellers' rights to receive the benefits of the equity purchase agreement, including without limitation to the earn-out payments. People saying that Crafton might just send them more money for them to keep quiet, but like the commenter might be a little slow to believe that they'd get bribed like that. I don't think they would, because they already said no to like the smaller deals that they wouldn't be allowed to give to the employees. That's what they literally just said that in the document, like that they were offered more, like there's another offer at least. There's probably maybe multiple, I'm sure, um, that were like, oh, we'll give you this money. It's less than what we promised you, but you can, you can basically just to shut them up and delay the game. So clearly they're opposing it. So they definitely want this, want things to go the proper direction. But like with the lawsuit and stuff, obviously I don't even think the 2025 launch would be possible at this point unless somehow the lawsuit sorts itself out. But usually those things take quite some time. So my guess is things will probably take quite some time to iron out, and we probably won't be seeing the game. Lawsuits range from 18 to 36 months. Yeah, they're not short. They're like 2 years, 2+ years on average. Cause like the law doesn't work overnight. Like we're used to like YouTube and like gaming and stuff. It's like all this stuff's happening quickly. But like there's a lot of formality when it comes to corporations and especially lawsuits and like the law and all this stuff. All of the aspects of this. So yeah. Subnautica 2, yeah, it's hit the rocks for sure, and I don't think we'll be seeing it for quite some time. Well, I mean, they might still try to push it, but like Krafton's in a case right now, and the Unknown Worlds devs say the game's doing fine because they have to, because they can't say it's going to shit because and that they're like that they're like basically having like all these disputes because they can't. So they're just saying everything they can to save face, essentially. That's what I'm guessing, is that they just wouldn't really be allowed, or not allowed, but they honestly just, even if allowed or not allowed, it's just they wouldn't want to say that kind of stuff because of what it could have in terms of the consequences right now. I kind of lost where I was. To the extent that the above described conduct does not constitute a breach of contract, it was a breach of the implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing. And sellers have suffered damages approximately caused by defendant's breach of the implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing, including without limitation, a reduction, or complete elimination of their earn-out payments. Plaintiff and sellers are entitled to damages in an amount to be proven at trial. Prayer for relief. Wherefore, plaintiff respectfully requests that the court enter an order in its favor as follows. Okay, yeah, the rest I don't really have to say. That's probably enough. I can probably just talk about it now. That was a lot. Yeah, a lot of formality. But yeah, it's good though. It is good. And I knew something was fishy the whole time. I just couldn't put my finger on it. And people were kind of like being all brash and all this stuff and like rash and basically saying all this like stuff like, oh yeah, this is what's happening. This is what's going on. Don't do this. Don't do that. Do this, do that. And I think really what we have to do at this point is just wait. Let things settle. Let the dust settle. Let kind of all these internal disputes resolve. And obviously, I think Subnautica 2 will be undoubtedly impacted by this. Like the release in 2026, who knows? I don't really know if that's happening even with this. Obviously, I don't really know myself, but I'd have a feeling this would have some bearing on that. Just a little bit of bearing. But obviously they've confirmed it and all this, so who knows? No, but it is good. It is good. I'll be kind of keeping my eyes and ears peeled and tuned in on this kind of situation still. But yeah, no, that basically just says that Krafton was basically being big greedy corporate. Well, I mean, I guess like the opposite. I mean, I guess it was greed because they were holding the money back, and they're like, nope, you can't have it. Essentially, it doesn't really clear up everything we have, or we only have one side of the story. But yeah, who really knows? Yeah, and like I said, this is also like a court document, so it would be pretty ballsy of the founders to lie about this stuff. Like clearly a lot of this stuff is true. We just don't know Krafton's side fully. That's the kind of thing that you'll find out through the trial itself, I'm guessing. Um, and wait, what Krafton argues. Because clearly they'll have some kind of arguments and things to go against this. Because this is just one side, you know, just like with anything in this thing, you could hear like either side of a trial and you don't really know what's the truth or not. That's what the trial is going to determine. So that's just the information we have from the plaintiff of the case. And yeah, that, I mean, I'm not speaking on the validity of it or anything, but I feel like it's pretty darn passionate with a lot of the wording. And based on a lot of the statements we've received from the founders, obviously they're multi-millionaires, so I don't have much, you know, obviously not much like sympathy or whatever. But I could definitely see like if they did lose their company and stuff and Krafton's done all this bullshit, I could see where they're coming from with that. But at the end of the day, I don't really know everything. And so I kind of once again remain kind of in the middle still. But that does lend credence to a lot we've heard. And that like Krafton is actually like a lot more sleazy than people maybe thought after the stuff that's come out about Subnautica 2 being behind. Because like I said, I think they definitely leak that stuff themselves just to like save butts basically. My main question now is why they let themselves get bought out by Krafton. Well, I mean, it's just like anything. Like you're a small indie studio. You get this like $500 million offer from like a South Korean billion-dollar company. I mean, I feel like you would take it. I mean, obviously not everyone would take that kind of thing, but I feel like they definitely were inclined to take that, especially considering they would keep their roles and they wouldn't get shafted or anything. Like they had all this stuff worked out in contract, and that's what this is about. I assume in that it's more for funds for future games. I think so, and access to more tools from Krafton. Yeah, more development tools, more assistance basically. Because you got to remember, like when Subnautica was being developed, Unknown Worlds did not have a lot of money to develop the game. Like it was not the case as it was today. And I know that's what a lot of people use for like the stuff with like early access and all this. So like, oh, the game doesn't have enough stuff, and they're like, well, because Subnautica back then released with so little because it was indie, and now it's like this like triple A thing owned by like a multi-billion-dollar company. Of course, they're gonna want it to be super epic and all this. But obviously, it seems like it was in some state of preparedness, and that they delayed it for garbage reasons essentially. Unknown Worlds was like out of the garage. Yeah, no, it really was. Uh, and Subnautica literally almost went bankrupt. I remember that. I remember hearing about that in I think Jacksepticeye's Subnautica series. He talked about that, where he said that literally if like YouTubers hadn't covered the series, like the game, it would not have gotten as successful and it probably would have failed. I mean, it was $20 when it launched. Then they raised it up to like 40 or 30. Yeah. Well, yeah, obviously after like release. I'm sure it made lots of money even after it released too, because early access parts of games obviously drive people in, but there's a lot of people that only go for like that would just go for the release or would find out about the game upon release. And obviously Subnautica was successful because it drew in people like Krafton to go after the game. I mean, obviously you could be like, in hindsight, whatever, a multi-billion-dollar company acquiring you is a bit sketchy, and like all the outlines and stuff. They clearly had it outlined in the agreement, and Krafton clearly just breached that. Well, based on what we've heard, they breached it. And then we had Queso reviving the game. Yeah, exactly. Like whenever people cover the games, it drives more people in. Obviously, Queso drove people into the game because Queso is kind of a variety streamer. He has viewers from all sorts of spheres. Whereas people like Jacksepticeye, I mean, I guess Jacksepticeye and people and Markiplier and stuff, when they did it, they had kind of a variety of people after it too. But I mean, like, you know, different people. Um, and I definitely think it was to like drive production on other things, like the movie, the game, and all that, or stuff. Basically making, because I mean, I remember in like the video I saw. Obviously, that's not like fact. Well, I think the part was kind of factual. Like on, it was from like a document. I don't remember which one. But it was basically saying that like Krafton acquired them with the intent that they would basically further the Subnautica IP. And that's fair. I mean, you're paying like 500 million is not a small number to acquire a company like just for like Subnautica basically. Obviously there was Moonbreaker, but that was dead in the water upon release. Um, so a lot was banking on Subnautica too, and I mean clearly they knew it was going to make lots of money because they delayed it. Did Microsoft buy Minecraft for 5 billion when I bought it for 20? Yeah, there you go. Okie dokie. Actually, maybe I'll get it running through my mic since I got that plugged in. That's beta. That's a beta. What is that supposed to mean? Is that a dog? Cheer the sheep. Oh, that is a crazy situation. That's what all that leads me to say. The Blue Zero hate. Oh my gosh. Just get over it. It came and went. It's not a topic for discussion anymore. I quite enjoy it. Like I said, it was quite a fun time. Was it a Subnautica level? No. I don't think it was really intended to be. Subnautica 2? Who knows? Gosh, that document, anything like that, just it's super hard to like digest. Guess we'll have to see what happens. Wow, it's like that's what I've been saying the whole time. I mean, it's true. Oh, coordinates. Oh yeah, Blaze, if you're still here, did you hear about Arc Aquatica? Eek. What a mess. If anyone wants to know, look up Arc Aquatica. Oh, you're back. Yeah, I'm back. I just said, did you hear about Arc Aquatica as well? Thought you were articulating spines. No, I just left for a second. I need to do something briefly. Brief stream interruption. Ark has also gone through shit, hasn't it? It's yeah. Well, the thing about like the most recent DLC for Ark, I think like the main developers are working on Ark Ascended right now. But then there's like this like other developer like publisher thing, Snail Games, working on like DLC for Ark. And one of the, like the one that that's like come out is called Aquatica, which is like this like underwater kind of themed world for Ark. And it apparently was received very poorly. To what I know. To what I know. In this video, I spent $15 out of my mother's bank account to buy the worst DLC in gaming history. Grounded 2 Early Access also coming out this month. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, I just heard it, I just remember this as if I wasn't broke enough. Oh yeah, Beam. It's almost like they are competing against each other, being owned by a shitty publisher, Subnautica and Ark. Yeah. Do you see a GIF? Oh gosh, please, you do not need to be gifting me things. Oh yeah, I saw that one. Yeah, I haven't. Well, I guess that's like a 60-cent game, but still. I could just get games. You can just recommend games to me, you know. I'm not in financial need, buddy. I know you wanna show your appreciation or whatever, but you can show it in other ways. What's wrong with being a friend? Being a friend does not. Look, I'm all for getting games for people, but like, I don't know. Just no, you gonna be quiet and accept it. Craft on a behavior. Be quiet and accept it. What? What? Ay ay ay. What a fudging mess. Oh, Stranger Things season 5. Oh my god. I saw the teaser for that when that came out today. That was interesting. Emma Watson was banned from driving for 6 months after she was caught speeding. Harry Potter actress Hermione, Harry Potter character Hermione. Hermione Granger in the film franchise drove 38 miles per hour in a 30-mile-per-hour zone in Oxford on the evening of July 31st. Hermione! No, I'm just kidding. Watson already had 9 points. Ugh. Okay, yeah, all seriousness, yeah, that sucks. Hopefully, Hermione does not speed anymore. The 35-year-old now a student was made. 35-year-old and student. Wow, went back to school. 35. That's crazy. I mean, obviously, 2000's like 20 years ago. Almost 30. No, I'm just kidding. We're not that far yet. And I'm Hooch finally figures out what a penalty is. Oh my god. Okay, clearly all the Harry Potter jokes are just going crazy. Yeah. Oh wait, really? Wait, oh no, okay, this is like what they're referring to here. Weirdly, Zoe Wanamaker, who plays Madame Hooch, was also banned from driving for 6 months in the same court on the same day as Emma Watson. What the heck? They're speeding together. No. Oh my gosh, that's actually kind of funny. Kind of, kind of. Okay, I'm not saying people speeding and going to court is funny. No, can't wait to see the community throw a frenzy over this now. With just Maga 2 news with the legal document. I just love how I look on the social media. I'm like, oh, there's another Charlie Cleveland post. Oh, there's another. There's a document, and it's 58 pages. Yeah, we are in for it for sure. Oh, bother type moment. Yeah, to say the least. It is an old bother moment. Can't wait for Crafton to release their statement. Yeah, can't wait. Dot dot dot. Anyways. Uh. Yeah, I'm not sure what like Krafton said is true right now. Obviously, it's kind of hard to tell, and I don't know what they say is true. Legal battles. How's the weather on 4546 below 0? Frigid. Frigid where I am in Sector 0. So, when next stream again? Maybe Saturday. Cause tomorrow was like the big marathon day of Journey. Like the big slated marathon day of the week. So, and then Friday before work, I could probably do a Journey stream again, or just sleep in and just take the day off, which is probably what I'll end up doing. I do the marathon, might as well, you know. So yeah, below 0 will probably land itself on Saturday because Friday night and Saturday I'm busy, and then oh no, Thursday night I'll be busy anyway. Maybe we'll see. How many more below 0 streams you have now? I don't know, like one long one, two shorter ones, I think. Because the Vent Garden base shouldn't take very long. That'll be kind of like my tail end of things. Finishing the base right now won't take long at all. I just have to do like the lab and some observatories or something. Like I'm pretty much done the base at this stage. But I'm gonna take a quick break to eat my din din. I have like 3 more sub streams. I have the next one planned for Monday. Oh, cool. And I'm not sure about Subnautica what I'll do. I might do like 1 episode a week again. Like edited. Just while Journey wraps up and stuff, and even for school. So just like, I don't think I'll, we'll see. I'm slowing down near the end. Yeah, I was like, well, after Journey, I could do a bunch of stuff, but I probably will just chill a bit, honestly. I'll probably need it more than anything. Yeah, I'll quickly pause stream for a minute. I'm gonna go grab a bite to eat, and then I'll probably come back for a good stretch of the thing here. I don't know how far I'll go today. We'll see. Bull Zero will be slow anyway, so yeah. Yeah, it is. It is a little bit slow. Well, I'm back. So I started June 26th for sub, and I'm done in 3-ish weeks. I expect a run time of 20 episodes in total, including Secret. That's pretty solid, pretty good. Oof, lava pool of doom over there. Doom and gloom. So Beam, what is up, Blaze? What is happening? Switch. What was the progress? Progress? What progress are we talking? Journey? Redeems hydrate? Speaking of which, my throat just really dried up. It didn't dry up. That was just the bit. The bit. Huh. Funny. It's going good though. I'd say a bit behind schedule. And this weekend probably won't help much, but that's just how she goes. So how's the Minecraft through time thing? What do you mean? Or are you guys not gonna do it again? No, we'll do it more. I don't know how often we'll do it or what. I'm probably weekly, like once a week at least. The first session went well. I enjoyed it a lot. So hopefully I can get some more people in next time. If issues go away, at least some of them. But we'll see. Oh, that's good. Oh gosh. And I don't expect much of it from like performance or anything, considering it's like an unedited VOD series. We need Cherry in there to bully, I mean entertain the crowd. Yeah. That's what we need to do. But like I've got plans and stuff for that, and I think like we'll probably stay in the same version for one more session at least. I don't know when the next session will be though. Probably not. Yeah, probably won't be this. It'll probably be next week. Just because this week's pretty chock full for me. But yeah, I'll keep growing the ruins base and stuff. It's good. And then, depending on how much time I'm left with on Saturday, I might be able to do some Below Zero. And if I have enough time, I could even finish it, which would be nice. Because then I could just like take the time to just, finish editing that. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know when I'll edit the episode. If I have time on Friday morning, I might, if I'm not up too late. Oh yeah, I need to edit. Ha! Blah. You do some more streams? I always miss them because I'm always at work when you're streaming. Or doing other streams when you're streaming. And it's happened quite often where I just start streaming. I'm like, oh, Blaze is live. And it's a commentary stream. So, yeah, didn't really... sorry about not really getting to see much of your Subnautica live, but... 2 sub streams? Don't be sorry. Well, I mean, you were around for every episode of mine, so I feel like... You might have expected that kind of thing from me, but... Got Astro Medica coming up again. I don't know if I'll check that out. Someone suggested I did a while back when Subnautica was early on. We'll see. I might get around to that at some point, maybe in the fall, like do the demo or something. I think there was a demo for that game. I have the session I did right before Mod Pack, and then one before that featuring Gaming Cat. Oh, cool. Oh, stretch. Yeah, I'm a little tired. I guess I didn't get a whole lot of sleep last night. I ended stream early, but I had to like remake a bunch of thumbnails because my cache got cleared from my browser. And now I'm like saving my stuff, my thumbnails, so I don't do that again. If you're to have someone make an appearance in a stream, fair enough. I mean, I can always join you for a stream if things line up for like the finale or something. Yeah, when you exist. Mm-hmm. That's cool. Wait for darkness. There we go. No bed spammery. Power Simulator 2. Yo. And that's fair. Okay, I just did like huge friggin' projects that required so much resources that I'd always be going out to grab stuff. I don't know if that'll really happen in my hardcore save though, we'll see. Lag, you've been getting lag too? and I don't know what it is aside from Cyclops dock. Audit Subnautica. Lags. I see. That's wonderful. Cyclops is pretty good for the silence stuff. The full experience, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you consider your options. Indeedy. Also, I think the alien containment also doesn't help. Hatching like 10 golf breaks. Yeah, how? Yeah, the bioreactor is pretty good for that kind of thing. I'm looking forward to getting back to Subnautica. That'll be fun. The nonsense I'll get up to in my hardcore save. Mobile hardcore, anyone? Hell no. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I said I was gonna play hardcore Subnautica yesterday. I might even play it. I actually do want to play it at some point. Just like play it for an hour or two. I should kind of get into it a bit. see how it is. Cause I played like briefly. It didn't seem too bad with the handheld controls. Although I'm pretty acquainted with mobile game controls like that. Pocket Edition and Terraria. Yeah, I just have to get used to it. Yeah. That's weird that it only play 30 FPS. Oh, it does not fall. Oh, does it? I think mine, it can go to whatever. It can go to like the crazy battery consuming. Probably shouldn't boot up the game with like no battery. Oh, friggin' crash. I think. I just wanted to see what my settings were. I think it can run on like the highest settings mine. Welcome to Subnautica. Yeah, I've seen that already. I'd be able to handle more, but I can't complain. The only thing is just how pixely the text looks. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a mobile game. I'm gonna see my phone. Yeah, it's on absurdly high resolution. Oh yeah, mine's at 60 FPS. Very nice. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. I mean, yeah, I don't care how it looks. It's just the text, considering you read a lot in the game. Oh, I made the same noise at the same time. Oh. Achievements. Great start. Getting your feet wet. What? No way. Achievements? No way. Great. So I gotta do a mobile run and a PlayStation run. At least I'm not streaming the mobile run. Game Center, a feature I never use. Oh, okay, I'm gonna take a second. Oh, go take a quick detour. Better not be any mobs after me here. I ain't doing all that. No, don't make a staircase for him. I'm just gonna sleep so I don't freaking. I'll eat dinner, so bye for now. I gotta go for a second anyway. Ooh. Okay, buddy. Someone seems to be enjoying themselves. Oh, zombie. Zombie. I got a good extension to the cow thing. The shut up cow. Whenever I see a cow, I'll say it. Or the next one anyway. Because I'm still watching Tim Flow Chef's Journey of the Farlands, and he said another thing. I think it's even funnier. Definitely not alluded to already, but gotta wait and see. Can't just say it to nothing. Oh, it's a sheep. Sheep ain't a cow. What's that? 10.8 mil. You know, I who knows if I'll be able to catch Lufo's arrival at the Farlands, because I'm gonna be pretty busy this weekend. But Lufo's at I think 12 million right now, almost 12.1 mil. So I'll have to keep the eyes peeled for that. Wow, yeah. Oh, shut up, cow. Shut up, cow, and learn to make some beef. But yeah, that's pretty good. Like I said, I'm looking forward to watching Lufo reach the Farlands, even if I don't catch it live. I'm gonna try to catch it live though, at least, but we'll see. I think Lufo said it was supposed to be Friday, but who knows at this rate. Lufo could just pull the graveyard shift and just go 24 hours. I wouldn't even be surprised. 24/7. I mean, not just 24 hours. Lufo's definitely done 24-hour streams. Farland's guy said Lufo did a 26-hour stream with 18 hours of walking in it, so. Oh, that's really weird seeing like PC parts on shelves. I've never been to like a computer parts store where you'd have like the computer parts like that. Someone's like, oh, is Subnautica early access supposed to happen in July? I don't know. I think it was August. It's so cool. Yeah, I got like a motherboard at like Best Buy or whatever at one point, but usually there's not much of a selection. I think there is graphics cards, but it's not like a PC part place or anything. I've never been to one. There's none anywhere near where I am. So I had a friend who lived somewhere that had like a PC. I think it was called PC World. I don't remember. There's a PC part place anyway by there, and yeah, they missed that having moved closer to where I am. So I've never got that experience. I just saw it on like Reddit, like this kind of thing. It's like it's weird seeing these kind of cards on the shelf. It was like graphic cards and stuff. No, I definitely think the Subnautica 2 is supposed to come out August or the fall. What could have been? At least we know there's some cool gameplay in it if it doesn't get botched by crafting. Hopefully it doesn't get too overbaked in the oven, like below zero. I think that was really the problem with that game. was that they like brought it out too late because they thought they knew what they needed to do to make a good Subnautica game. Like a solid one anyway, I mean. And then they had to rehash the story and had to do a whole bunch of this stuff. Whereas Subnautica had like very little, if not like near zero story in like its early access. And it just got added as people suggested things. Like the precursors and Aurora and stuff. Or like the actual like explorable Aurora, I mean. The old PNG Aurora times. I didn't play that long. I think I actually did get the game around release. I thought I played it in like early access. Maybe I did. I don't remember. I don't remember when I started. Although like the achievements won't really show it because they got added I think around full release. I don't think they would have been like would have counted early access. So I think I do remember having early access around 2016. I played it pretty early on, but I didn't like actually play the game like I said. So it actually was like the first time I'd probably played the game last year. And now I just get to read threads on the Subnautica subreddit or the Discord or whatever it be. Just hearing people's discussions about the document now. Life Pod 4. Good old Life Pod 4. Reapers, oh jeepers. Yeah, they say, yeah, M is indeed a long ass letter. There's no way it's anything past August. Oh, I see what they're saying. For me, this looks like it's blacked out space is too short for September, October, November, or December. So that's what they're saying. They're like, July? No, I think it's more so August, because it's not like super short. Because July is not very long. Jeepers, Reapers, Creepers. Wow. Reapers and Creepers. Reminds me of the first episode. Well, the first episode I properly like talked about Subnautica as a series before I did it. Leviathans and Mangoes. Because I think I was debating bringing back Mango Pack. That was a fun mod pack, but I just never got back into it. Maybe on my own time at some point. Always moving on to new things though with me, usually. I now see if it's worth the lag. What's that? Because I'm not sure if I should end the series after the silence or not. That is the question. I ended it with the silence. Although I also ended it with a 12-hour stream. Oh my god. Never again. I wasn't there for that. Me when I lie. Yeah. Okay, buddy. It was so long of a stream you came and went. You were there and you left and you were there again and you were left and then maybe voice chat every once in a while. Love a good marathon like that. Although, to be fair, it was a 12-hour stream, but the total runtime was like 9.5 hours. And I think I even left some breaks in there. I got a bit sloppy with the editing on that one after Clipchamp mishaps. I think the other one was like maybe closer to like, I think I cut out a bunch more. It was definitely less than 9 hours though, the other version. But, I don't care. The only reason I'm really editing the Subnautica and Below Zero stuff is so it's easy for Devin to watch it in case he ever gets around to it. Or I guess if you end up rewatching some stuff. I don't know if you really do rewatch that, but I just mainly do it mainly in case someone comes back and actually watches it in the future. And it's not like a pain in the ass. Below Zero is a bit more complicated with the longer episodes, but I plateaued back at like the usual stuff. 2-hour streams are the better way to go, I think. So for Subnautica and the rest of Below Zero, well, Below Zero, I might do a longer stream just to end it off. Not a 12-hour, but I probably won't do like 2-hour segments because if I do that, then it'll be like a few more streams, you know. Which I'm not too worried about, but also the sooner I can finish Below Zero, the sooner I can get back into Subnautica. And the amount I could do in a large stream, I could just do in smaller streams for Below Zero anyway, so it doesn't make much of a difference. And also, well, Subnautica, we'll see about editing that immediately. I might just leave that on the back burner. Yeah, coordinates are a little funky right now. I wonder where my nearest chunk stuff is, or the 90% mark of Journey. That is some good questionage. I think I have it in my notebook here. Journey to the Farlands goals. 11 million is coming up. 11.2, okay, 11,295,739 is the 90% point of Journey. So that'll be coming up soon. Farlands viewed, journey complete. Well, not quite there yet. There's still 12 and 12.5 mil after 11. Still 500,000. Over 500,000 after 12 mil. Oh, there it is. I was making sure my mic was on so I could answer your questions.
What day did you estimate to see the Farlands?
Let's see. August? Never. Yeah, we're just walking into oblivion. We're gonna die and restart. Well, yeah, just like the April Fool's episode, eh, Blaze? Could run the numbers. It was last August 16th, I think. It might be different now that things have gone a bit more, have leveled out a bit. It would probably be like late August, unless I do a lot of marathons like I will be doing tomorrow. Quit stopping, bro. Stop what? Stop walking, you mean? Because probably because I'm looking at things. I use my notebook with all my journey stuff in it. Why just stop at sunset? Okay. Why don't you try doing this? Okay. You try doing this and be efficient after friggin' 600 plus streams. Anyway. Let me see what that other question was. It'll be like August though sometime. I'm not exactly sure on the day. Is it true you will see Farlands but still have to travel to see corner Farlands? What do you mean? I'm going to the corner, like I'll be at the corner. Going diagonally like this. Although based off of like coordinate desync or whatever in the finale, I'll probably reach one of the Farlands first. I guess in that question, I guess I will have to go to the corner from there, but it'll be like a few thousand blocks probably, at most. If I walk to the edge Farlands first, I'd have to do a whole other journey to get to the corner, which is what I was debating at the beginning. I was like, well, I could go to the corner. I could just go to the edge first and then do another 12.5 mil, but I was like, what's that? You know, why not just do the diagonal? Which is more blocks than 12.5 million. The coordinates are deceptive. So you're actually having to walk more. Technically speaking. Skeleton better not still be after me. Sorry if you can hear munching, I'm having a snack. Maybe my mic until someone chats again.
Are you still there, Blaze?
That's an interesting discussion topic. No. Damn. He's gone. I'm fucking dead. Well, that sucks.
I just saw a video about like the inner monologues and stuff. Apparently, there's people that just have like constant stuff going on. Like it's never quiet. Like for me, there's a lot of quiet. I don't know. Which group do you fall in? Do you have like constant songs, voices, and all sorts of things going on in your head? Like no 99% of the time? Or are you one of those people that has like the absent mind? I guess like me. Cause yeah, I didn't even think about that. No, it's just silent. Yeah. I was just like looking at the comments of this like video. People were like, wait, there's people that just have like silence and like nothing. But yeah, because I'm like that. Like I don't. I mean, obviously I get songs stuck in my head, and you know, I can. There is such thing as like me thinking about voices and stuff. But like, just think about the fact that there's just like intrusive thoughts actually being intrusive like that. I guess I always just like have like funny thoughts. I don't actually like. Gotta imagine having all sorts of voices and shit. Just puzzles me. I'll have to see with my friends when I chat with them. When I chat with them this weekend, if any of them think or how they think like that, if they have voices or stuff like that, because I didn't realize that was such a common thing. And sometimes the inner monologue continues in your sleep, making you have anxiety dreams. That's interesting. I was able to get a recording done today for Subnautica, I'm guessing. Was not finna do a 45-minute stream. But it might just be the case of it being like the normal thing. That might be just like the average, and then like the non-average is having all the voices and shit. Guess that's why I have such good focus then. Or at least like not bad focus. Oh, I've hit a rock. Well, actually a bit of dirt and grass, but Beam of 4, Mike moment. There's only 2 more spawn chunks after the next one, so there's 3 more in Journey. Pre-Farland. Yeah, there's one at 11, there's one at 11.5, there's one at 12, and there's one at 12.5. Past the Farlands by about 30,000. Yeah, 3 more repeats, and I missed like most of them. I think because my coordinates were just out of sync enough for me to miss them. Carlands. We're in the Carlands now. The Carlands. Oh yeah. Let me check in on Lufo here. I don't know what or Luf. Where's no? That's my stream, not Luf. I want to watch see where Lufo is. Oh, add moment. Add moment, indeed. I need a new drink if I'm gonna keep going. Do I want to keep going? I'm doing a marathon tomorrow, so it's either I go late tonight and then go kind of, you know, get up whenever I get up and do it then, or I end it early today and then I do a longer one tomorrow, or I could just do even and even. Although tomorrow's one isn't gonna be terribly long because I forgot about something later in the day, so I don't know. We'll see how long it ends up going. 12.1 mil. Crazy. Now who's Carl? Isn't Carl the creaking? Isn't that what we said in Renewcraft? My assistant or whatever, my supervisor in the in the intern's office. Which is all walled off, funnily enough. And I'm not returning to it, so huh? Well, I'm not speaking for the future. I don't know. I may come back to it later, but. But yeah. God, I would have kept the jitters if they looked like how they do on Lufo's stream, because I got the friggin' jitter slideshow back and forth. It is so disorienting. Maybe I should have gone to the Edge Farlands. That would have saved me a few million bucks. No, I'm just kidding. I actually think that the corner will be cool. I mean, that's I didn't make that decision lightly. It'll be cool. I have a whole 2 Farlands and a new type, the corner. Chugging and lugging, Mara chugging. Yeah, that's something. Almost 70,000 for today. Which is pretty good. We're above the average for sure today and tomorrow. Only so much more of this. So many, a good number of days left still. But we'll get there. Ooh, is that a spawner? Oh, I'm getting a little bit kooky because I haven't seen a spawner in a while. I probably walked past a few today because I don't think I found a single one today, funnily enough. Like 9 hours. No, nothing. Well, obviously the breaks account for like an hour or 2 at least because I took a dinner break and I took some odds and ends for breaks. So it is not a clean 9 of walking, but it's still pretty good. Oh, what do you think, Blaze? Do I go late tonight or early tomorrow? I don't really know, cause I'm actually I think I'm better at night. Like I'm more nocturnal than I am a morning person. Like if I were to get up really early, there's no promises I'd be able to get up early enough to do the marathon. Like with friggin' work, late night talks. Yeah, we got some late night talks. Those are always, I was gonna say fun, but you know, they're always an experience and they're always enlightening. can go into the wee hours of the night. No deliriumism. Well, I'm not deliriumism yet. And to be fair, the episode 500 commentary only went derailed so quickly because of other people, not myself. That time it was not me. Maybe later I kind of loosened up a bit. But I always loosen up a bit as the night goes on. As I get more tired, I start to lose my filter. But late night delirium discussions are usually discussions, so it's not late night delirium if we don't make it late night delirium. That's not how it works. It'll always kind of delve that way anyway, but you know. I was gonna try to reach 11 million this week, but I don't think that'll be possible. I'll be able to make it to like, if I keep going pretty good today, we could make it like 8.5, 8.6 million, like 100,000 today would be nice. And then tomorrow we'll see. It might have to be shorter. I was like, I was like, well, if I did 100,000 today, well, I got a bit of a later start because I was playing some other games before this. But I was like, oh, if I do like 100,000, then I could do like a little bit more. And by a little bit more, it's like over 100,000 still. Because even if I make it to 8.5, it's still 150,000 to 11. So 11 will have to be next week, I think. Or does things other than Journey? No way. Not anymore. Not with friggin' Journey here. Who would have guessed? Yeah. My life is gonna feel so weird after Journey. Speaking of, have you seen any like mobs in a while? I know that tends to happen if I go long enough in a marathon. The mobs just kind of stop spawning. I don't know why. It's a very eerie old Minecraft thing because they definitely don't do that in modern. Fun times losing the mobs. I saw like a skeleton not too long ago. Shut up, cow. Oh, never mind. There's no cow. Learn how to make beef. Oh wait, there's no cow to learn how to make beef. There's some squid. Does that mean night walking possible? I mean, I did see a skeleton blaze. I'm just saying, and I've seen mobs like pretty much the whole episode. Oh, there's some pigs there. These seem to be back. I remember in like Thunderstorm's Death in a Marathon, that episode of Journey, I had some weirdness happen where like the mobs weren't spawning, like passive ones. I had a sheep, like a wool shortage. Ooh, there you are. Oh, I'm kind of like, well, I can probably build a quick preemptive bed. I usually don't like night walking. I've done it before, but usually I die these days. I don't know how I managed to be so successful initially. Now I'm just, it just doesn't really work out very well. Okay, where are the mobs? I mean, to be fair, I probably will fade pretty quickly, so I'll probably just go when I get tired, like actually tired, which usually takes a while. But we'll see what happens. And I might get like that below zero episode edited tomorrow, in like maybe my lull where I can't really do Journey at the end of the day. No, I'll see. I'll kind of plan it out tomorrow. Basically, I'll try to wake up as early as I can and get going on a marathon. But we'll see what time that actually is. I'll try to edit more Subnautica later. Yes, the editing extravaganza. And then if I have time on Saturday, I will edit, or I will do the final below zero stream or the penultimate. I have quite a bit of like stuff to do in the stream, technically speaking. But if I had like 6 hours or something, I could probably hash it all out. Although 6 hours is sometimes feels like a lot, but it isn't. Oh, I'm actually really low on wool as well. Damn. I'm trying to get feathers so I can make more arrows. I need more arrows to use my bow once again. Do I run my... Yeah, if I'm doing some commentary now, I can probably run my thing through my mic now. Sub shitter. Wow. Yeah, let me switch screen for a second. Oh, I cut out the music. Gosh, just when the music plays every friggin' 4 hours. No, I'm just kidding. It actually plays pretty frequently. A lot more frequently than that. I'll be honest. I'll be honest. Anyway. Boot up the world, or the game yet again, like the 100th time I've rebooted the Minecraft, or the journey. Yeah, and it's kind of weird. Like, it just has like something to say. Like, I mean, I know I was like, oh, Journey's getting a little old. I'm actually like kind of getting into it, even with the long episodes. It's just kind of nice. I mean, that's how it's always been. But I'm kind of shifting more into that, where it doesn't feel like a chore to do the long episodes. I'm just kind of doing whatever. Like, I'm trying to put together a playlist. So it's just been nice to just have the journey in the background while I figure that out. And like, I haven't watched much YouTube today or anything. I watched a little bit. Oh, I watched like, what did I watch? Oh, yeah, I read that whole friggin' Subnautica legal document. I forgot about that. That was like a whole like hour or two of the stream, just that whole discussion. I don't remember what I watched today though. I guess I can check my YouTube watch history. I'm gonna do that. Subnautical documentary. A lot of music. Yeah, I'm getting some stuff together. Some videos. Anything like a lot of Subnautica videos. I watched. Oh yeah, Corrales' Hermitcraft 10 episode 24. I watched that. I didn't watch too much today. I don't know what I was doing. Just kind of chilling today, I guess. I just watched that. Maybe I'll add that to my watch later. Deep dive into the unobtainable items of Legacy Console Edition. Because it says I watched it, but I don't think I watched the whole thing. I thought, you'd think with all the time you have for Journey, that I have for Journey, that I'd be able to watch a whole bunch of different things, and I have. But a lot of the time on Journey has honestly just been kind of chilling, listening to music or whatever it be, or chatting like this. Over like 200, almost 250 videos of Journey are just commentary. So, and that's not even including secret commentaries and no commentary videos. This one's kind of all over the place because people will be like, "Oh, it's a commentary Journey episode," then they just realize it's me reading a legal document for like an hour and a half and talking about it. And then scattered other commentaries throughout in typical fashion with the live streamage. How are coordinates doing? Oh, they're good actually. They're pretty in sync. I mean, I don't really need to like purposely get them back in sync. If I just go like certain directions with the boat enough, it seems to sort itself out. As long as I don't go like the same direction all the time, which I tend to do. I always used to think it was this way. Which I guess would make sense. Well, I don't know about muscle memory or anything, but that's kind of the direction I went in the beginning of Journey. Oh, the beginning. The west. The Farlanders west, of course. Because directions, I think, changed. I always mention that because I think they actually did. Can you sub my Nautica? What? What is bro on about? Well, I guess we'll have to see if we still are going to be playing Subnautica 2 together. I don't even know what's going on with that. Hopefully some more, wow, I don't know. I mean, there's always the chance that things get settled outside of court, but I feel like things are going to go to court based on the details of the situation so far, the haziness, the whole just messiness. I remember I was chatting with Devin about it, and he's not really in the loop, of course, because there's just so much friggin' shit. And he was just like, let me see what he said verbatim, because it's kind of funny. When did I send him that? He said, interesting, I'll watch it later tomorrow. Yeah, that was one of the videos I'd sent him. Honestly, I've got lost the plot at this point a bit. Yeah, there's a lot to it at this point. I said, no kidding. Yeah, so it's pretty fair. Krafton tried extended the duration of the terms for the payout for the 250 million. Is that so? That they actually tried to extend it for the 250 million. Like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it'll mean anything. I don't know what means what, but yeah. Was that in the document, or is that just something else that's come about? Because I might have just skimmed past that or something, or not caught that when I read it. Not in the document. That's just something that's been floating around. I wonder where that's coming from, because there's only so many things that we've heard. I haven't probably looked into it yet. Because the only thing I know that they like actually pushed was the 25 million for like the 10% of the bonus for the employees. But I'm not sure about like the 250 thing. Like maybe in the past they might have tried. Well, I mean, I know in the document it mentioned, like I said earlier, that Krafton tried offering them a different deal, but maybe this is something in between the two. Like an in between where they're like, okay, we'll delay it to this point, and then something happened and it never happened, got delayed or whatever. I don't know. It's hard to say, right? Like after like some more thought about it, it's hard to say right now that it was purely just them dodging the bonus. I mean, it could be, and they kind of painted it that way, but also, to be completely honest, I feel like the document is pretty like emotionally charged, and it seems like directed a lot of the time at like the community more than like actual evidence and stuff. I don't know. That's some stuff I've heard, and I kind of resonate with that a bit. Obviously, I could see why it would be emotionally charged, but there is a lot of like wordage and things that are like, A lot of people still dick riding Krafton. I'm not quite sided on who I'm who I'm kind of in support of. I'm just kind of in support of Subnautica too. I support the game and the developers behind it. The publishers and the leads, that's a whole other story. And honestly, there may have been stuff that the devs did. I don't even know. But I would assume this is mostly on the two parties of the founders and Krafton. From what I've seen anyway. And the devs are kind of just caught in the crossfire. I don't know if that's like an accurate thing based on everything we've heard. Because like, it's kind of murky waters, I guess. Murky waters. Huh. But the waters have definitely been muddied even more. Like it's been one of those things where I'm like, well, I hope more information comes out about this, and then every time more information comes out, it just makes you question it more. Like when the Krafton leaks about like the early access slides and stuff came out, and everyone was like, "Oh, Krafton is to be trusted," and all this, and like they have the proof now that the founders were just slacking off, and they had the right to fire them and all this. I was like, well, that's interesting shakeup. And when Krafton confirmed it, or yeah, no. And then more recently, of course, with the legal document, now we're seeing more of the other side. So, like I've said the whole time, I think the best thing to do is just wait right now. Like, there's not really a verdict to draw to because we've heard muddled stories from like both sides, and we kind of need to see like the reconciled version, like both sides kind of fighting for their own thing and kind of see the actual narrative, maybe what's actually going on. Because I feel like there's like he said, she said. That's kind of what we're in right now. We just need the facts, which we don't get right now. Yeah. Because, well, it's easy to take their word, like the founder's word or Crafton's word. Either of them could be in the wrong to certain effects, and they could just be running a story or whatever, or like it's not impossible. I mean, it's like no matter what. I think to me right now, it feels like all parties had some sort of error in the matter. Like there was no matter what way you can slice it right now, I think everybody had some sort of fault to take for this. And I'm not just talking about like slacking or anything like that. I'm just speaking in general. Like I feel like everybody fucked up somehow. Like this kind of, I mean, obviously Crafton is a pretty big influence, but I don't know. Probably, yeah. That's just my guess. That's not like educated or anything. It's not like it's not like my standpoint or anything. That's just like what my gut's telling me about the situation based on what I've seen so far. It just feels like everyone's pointing fingers at each other and yelling at each other, and we just need to sit down. Yeah, they need to have their family discussion and figure out what the hell's going on. Because I mean, at this point, there's no real like separating Krafton from Subnautica or Unknown Worlds. Like they're an entity, Like if the founders want to figure things out, they have to figure things out through Krafton, unfortunately. If what they say is true. But yeah, like I said, bunch of he said, she said things. Like it's just like you can't take anyone's word right now. A lot of people seem to point to like Crafton. Like I said, people seem to be like, "Oh, Crafton's, to be trusted or whatever." But Crafton literally could have like done. I mean, it's a multi-billion-dollar company. Like, you think they couldn't fabricate some things to leak out, or I mean, who knows? Maybe those documents are real and they just actually leaked them, and there actually is some stake in that. But I don't know. I feel like something's definitely fishy with Crafton, but something is also kind of fishy with the founders because people often point to Crafton. They're like, "Oh, big bad corporation," but you think about like the founders, they're kind of corporate too. Like, like they're not the little people, They're not like the indie or anything. They're millionaires. Like no matter what. So I I just want Subnautica too. I feel like I like everyone can agree on that like no matter what, things have also just been like really just jumbled up, and all sorts of damage has been caused to the like, reputations of the franchise and the game, and um who knows what else long lasting afterwards beyond that. Oh, I'm getting thirsty. Maybe I'll go grab a quick drink. I'm gonna pause stream for a second again, probably for the last time, unless I need to go to the bathroom or something later. But anyway. Any other thoughts on the matter before I change subject? Or questions or anything? It's also been interesting to see like the YouTubers be kind of so back on things. Like I see like people uploading stuff today that's on like the still like the stuff that came out like not too long ago. Cause it's just like so much is happening. It's just like we need to chill a bit. My poor Subnautica. All the YouTubers have been neutral. You think so? I've definitely seen some. Well, I don't know how they'll be after this. Maybe not all. I mean, I've seen a lot of videos on Subnautica too, like this whole situation. So I've seen like all sorts of different characters. And I could usually tell like what kind of content creator they were by the general consensus of their audiences as well. A lot of ignorance and stuff, and like just like I remember I went to like one YouTuber, and it was just like it was literally what you were saying about Below Zero. It was just like all this like toxic stuff in the comments. I was like, I'm not even gonna check out this video. I know it's gonna be like uninformative. Bacon definitely neutral. Yeah, I know for sure. Like the people like Bacon or Aki or um like the people who actually love Subnautica for Subnautica, I feel like they're pretty like favorable in like not really any direction. Letho and Aki. Yep. Gosh. I still see the odd hightail post getting through. Cause I forgot I looked at the subreddit a little bit around that time, so I just keep seeing like the odd hightail posts as well. I was like talking about like the how the lawsuit might affect the game. I think the game will be fine, like in terms of release or whatever. I think it'll probably come out like in like the 2026 or whatever. Like I don't think it'll be pushed earlier. At this point, it's pretty concrete now. Hightail canceled, Tub 2 pushed back. Not looking good for us, folks. Yeah. GTA got delayed again. Got Subnautica delay before for GTA 6. I mean, regardless, I'm excited. I know there might be some consequence. Well, who knows? There might be some kind of consequence for the game being delayed. I don't know. Based on what they say in the lawsuit, it seems like there may be. Like it may like, miss out on key like input from the community at like these like critical times. But if Crafton says it's not ready, Crafton says it's not ready, as the people say. No, I don't agree with that. I'm just joking. Hytale can before GTA 6. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, that was a quick climb back up on the wall. Like, I guess, yeah, I'm kind of like what you said. I'm kind of in the middle. Where's boar? Yeah, there's no boar. No boar. Boar got bored. Boar realized I was reading legal document, came back, and then my mic was turned off. But to be fair, Boar came back like hours and hours later. It's funny how you could like tune into my stream. It's like, oh, BM4's live, and it's like you're going to bed or like in the middle of the night. It's like BM4's still live. Oh, BM4's still live. That's just how it could be in the final push. Prepare for the new norm of journey. Yay! The board made me bored. Can I jump into it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a pig. It's not quite a boar though. Hmm. Gosh. Saute. Oh, yeah, I remember seeing the Subnautica 2 early access scams going around. Subnautica 2 early access. We said it was 2026, but you can try it out now on Steam. God, I've seen a lot of those. Like ads and things. I always forget to like report those kind of things. GTA 6 scams. I still remember the friggin' videos. I don't remember even what the YouTuber's name was. But I remember the YouTuber who did like the GTA 6 like package. Like they got like the cartridge with the game in it. And they're like, I got GTA 6. And this was like probably over a decade ago now. Was it? It was around a decade ago, I think. It was like, well, GTA 5 was still like really popular. It was funny. Like the 5th game hadn't even did its run yet. I'd argue the 5th game did its run for quite some time before GTA 6, but I think they wanted to wait now for probably a multitude of reasons. I remember a lot of, well, I shouldn't talk about that. I was like, oh, I was gonna say something, but I was like, yeah, it's like, that's political, but. I was gonna talk about the rumors of how people say they were gonna postpone GTA 6 until after a certain era, but that didn't really seem to pan out. Polytechnical. Oh, there's some chicken. Oh, this is got. Oh, wow, that's a grand display there. Oh, give me the feather. Kind of neat, little kind of monolith thing. Clogged. Oh, I don't even know how to get a good picture of this. Hang on, let me get up on a tree or something. Yeah, that's the solution. Always hop in a tree. Vantage point. I mean, not bad. I kind of like that. Like, it's kind of a cool panorama, but I'll just do this. Get rid of that. That's probably thumbnail material, wouldn't you say? Only 9 hours in. I don't know. The hours just roll by like nothing, especially when I'm like trying to figure out music selection and stuff. Those streams always seem to go by the quickest, or the ones where I'm chatting the whole stream, like episode 500. That one felt short, and that was a pretty long stream. It's kind of been how Journey has been for me though lately. These longer streams have just been like that. The beginnings of a hidey hole there. Man, the scale of this area is crazy. Do I want to get in a boat? Longer than okay, buddy. It's just like a whole range. Caves and cliffs. I mean, the beta mountains are a lot different though. They're like, I mean, I've seen actual mountains kind of like these, and I've also seen mountains like the ones in caves and cliffs. There's just a lot of different formations. Longer than my streams. Oh, right. Of course. Who would have guessed? Best base location. Oh, this will be good. Did anyone give any gag ones? LifePod, oh gosh, LifePod 6 Kelp Forest? No, come on. Say Crash Zone or something. Buy LifePod 4. Back of the Aurora. It's your secret. God, there's no trolling. God, it's all legitimate suggestions. Damn. I was like going into those threads because sometimes people make like really funny comments. Like the worst places to go. I remember like someone was like, "What's a good beginner mod pack to get into?" Someone said Greg Tech New Horizons. I was like, Pod Zero is behind the Aurora guys. Yeah, in the void, maybe. Because I'll break out another boat. Oh. I'm desyncing the coordinates. Actually, it's not too bad. It's actually still on sync. Not anymore. That's alright. As long as they're close enough, I won't really complain. God, I'm almost at 11 million already. I felt like I was just at 10. I mean, that's kind of the whole point of this kind of year for Journey is everything's going by fast, fast, fast. Well, it's not going by fast. It's just a lot of it. That's the trick. You're never going to speed up Journey that much. Unless you go to the Nether or something. Big ocean. 31. Holy, I'm going to be able to do 100,000 today. If I go late enough. I mean, yeah, I don't know about 100,000, but maybe close. Close to 100,000 would be a good number. Oh, gonna break the boat. Damn. Well, I can swim. Oh, my feather's doing 5. I probably need more than that because it makes 4, so I can make about like 20 arrows. Wait, no. Yeah, exactly. Precisely. I think it does make 4. Break the flint into little chunks. Split the feather. I don't know. Somehow do the math. Split the stick. I mean, to be fair, the arrows are pretty thin when you shoot them with the bow. I don't know why I'm going into the logistics of pixelated arrows, but you know what? That's fine. Quiver. God, Minecraft is missing out on quivers. Really, the Golden Age bundle. Not the Golden Age, the old Minecraft, pre-Golden Age. That was back in, I think, InDev or InfDev that was gonna be added. Holy yawn. We do a bit of yawning here. In the late hours of the Journey streams, where nobody will be watching. Get to bed, you're talking about the old days again. Yeah, it's time to get you to bed, Grandpa. Yeah, just me and my grandkids. I remember when I walked to the Farlands. Okay, let's get to bed, Grandpa. Back in my day, we could not sprint in Minecraft. We didn't have hovercrafts in Minecraft. I wonder what will be of Minecraft. Because it's kind of like an eternal game. Well, seemingly right now. It's like one of those games that could just last forever since it's already lasts so long. Like, could a game like Minecraft really die? That's the question. I mean, apart from like the servers or whatever, like, literally not being able to play the game. Hunger, what is this? You mean Hunger Games? Hunger Games. The only hunger I know is Hunger Games. Exactly. God, it would have been interesting to see the amount of flip outs when hunger was implemented into Minecraft. Because the food to heal system is pretty fun. I mean, that's like pretty commonplace for a lot of games. Like the hunger bar, I don't know. I guess a good number of games have hunger bars, like Don't Starve or stuff like that. But like Terraria, eat like an apple and then you get a healing effect. I know Terraria is not like Minecraft though. Terraria is more whatever you'd call it than Minecraft. Minecraft is sandbox. Hunger bar and Bedrock is ass. Yeah, don't even get me started on Hunger bar and Bedrock. It made me miss Java so much. That's like one of the biggest pet peeves I have about Bedrock. Oh, that's cool. That's a cool sugar factory. Soul sand as a building block. I never would have thought of that. I should build with soul sand at one point because it's a nice brown block to build with for like a roof. I did do netherrack. Netherrack's not bad, although old netherrack is a bit saturation. What's that? I'm yawning a lot. Maybe I should go to bed. Although to be fair, I've had a long day. I got up early today for work, and so I'm not not as beneficial. It's not as beneficial to stay up late. I'm not as beneficial. Yeah, I'm starting to friggin' slip, I think. Should you? I don't know, should I? Ooh, that's nice. Oh, PlayStation Portal. Thanks, Amazon. Wait, is that a it says PlayStation Remote Player, and then there's an Xbox controller in it. I like the color of blue. I like that like lapis blue. Lapis blue. Brothers and sisters, try Vintage Story. I was thinking of trying Astromedica, maybe Vintage Story at some point. But Astromedica, since someone recommended that, I might keep that one on the radar a bit. Subnautica in space. Oh my god. Is there Leviathan? Space Leviathans. Spacefaring. Where are the serpents of space? Blaze likes emotes. Tell me something I don't already know. Friggin' addicted to them. Do we know when early access comes out? Of course, it was on Reddit before GTA 6. I mean, probably true, honestly. Damage my ear canal from itching it too much. You got itchy ears. Top 5 games of all time, not even close. Mine's C3. I don't even know. Mind's Eye? Is that what it is? Mind's Eye, Walking Dead Destinies, Skull Island Rise of Kong, Cookie Clicker, and The Day Before. God, I can't wait for the freaking Cookie Clicker series. Where is... the funny thing is, I'm not doing a Cookie Clicker series. Cookie Clicker after Journey. No, the next Walking to Oblivion. Clicking to Oblivion. No! Joke's on you. I'm just gonna do another Journey series. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not. No, for the record. I'm not the double dipper. Okay. Now do it in the nether. Oh, nah. I'm not being like Sav over here. Let me make some arrows. Yeah, 20 arrows. What? That's how many arrows I can make? No way. Yeah, let me replace this with dirt. Oh, I didn't place my blocks. Oh, well, that's fine. I don't actually know what they do. I would think they would protect me from this nonsense. I think that's the case. I'm not sure. Old Minecraft bugs. Or as I say in Minecraft through time, old Minecraft, everyone. That's just how it works. Old Minecraft, folks. I think that's what it is. MTT. Oh yeah, let me look at the... That's cool. I like the mossy cobble. Damn. There's like a actual like big community of Farlanders. When I started during the Farlands, there was not that many people doing journeys. Actually, no, there was still a good number. Actually, I remember a bunch started around that time. Looky loo, look out. The Call of the Farlands goes to many worldwide. Oh no, not a Minecraft movie meme. Walking to the Farlands in InfDev. How many monoliths did we before find? Vol. I guess Celestial Gaze was the last person who walked to the Farlands. That was back in August of last year. August of this year, though, is Beam of Four's month for the Farlands. Vel. I have fallen into a well. Garlic clans. Wonder if the Farland database was updated. Lufo, 90.33% of the way to the Farlands. Should I could use some garlic breadsticks. Kurt J. Mack is 87.72% of the way to the Farlands. That's pretty cool. Damn, yeah, there's a lot of people doing it now. What about you? I could use some garlic bread. Garlic bread's always nice. Oh, I should get garlic bread when I get pizza on Friday. Zelenator and Sav have walked to the Nether Edge Farlands. Wait, so you're telling me... Oh, Sav is doing the corner right now. 31% of the way to the corner. Nether Farlands. I smell adventure. No, I'm just kidding. Overworld Edge World Border. So, wait, Fig is the only person who's walked to the world border. I mean, obviously, because the world border in modern Minecraft is shit. Overworld Edge World Boundary. Edge World Boundary. What does that mean? I don't even know. Oh, that was Fig that went to the overworld. Yeah, Fig went there, and then Mystical and Safa went to the Edge World Boundary. Okay. We're not talking about your old pal again. Overworld Edge Farlands Nether Intermediate. Damn, there's a lot of people that have gone to the Nether Farlands as well. It's like a rite of passage. Not meaning Beam of 4 going to the Nether Farlands. Nether Corner Farlands from Journey to the Farlands? Does that even count as a legitimate run? Probably would have to start from scratch for that. Not that I would do it. Beam of 4's not walking again. Beam of 4's legs are hurting. Beam of 4, 75.69%. Well, actually, we're close to 85. Actually, we're past 85 now. Yeah, try setting your spawn in the Nether. Instant teleportation back to spawn. Easy. Mystical midget, 90.70% of the way to the far or the corner. So yeah, there's a good chance that I'll be either the second or the third person to ever go to the corner Farlands. Just freaking punch my screen. I mean, I'm pretty close. Who knows? Maybe I will be the second person. Punch bag. What do you think, Blaze? Do you think Mystical will get there first, or do you think I will get there first? Damn though, like people walk to. I have no faith in you. Congratulations. How's the walk going for Mystical here? 9 million? No, wait. Oh, it'll be. I guess there must be some more. Is it like streamed or something? Maybe. I don't know. Congratulations, but who gave a clock? Yeah, Blaze is being real supportive. And in terms of walking to the actual Farlands itself, I don't even know where I am. Probably like below the 10. I'm assuming 10 people have gone there by now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 have gone to the Farlands in total. But if I'm not counting duplicates, I know it's the same. Yeah, so I'd be like number 10 to the actual Farlands. If, well, Lufa would be number 10 actually. Correction. But I'll be second to third to going to the corner. And I'll be 11th to the Farlands. You see, when I started Journey to the Farlands, no, I'm not doing this friggin' charade again. But to be fair, when I started Journey, there was only 5. Less than 5. Actually, no, there was 5 when I started. Yeah, like I said, a lot of people have walked to the Farlands. Guess what? Chicken butt. Since you said clock. That's just where my mind went. But I don't care about numbers. I don't care about who gets there when. That's the truth. I just find it cool. I'm cool. I'm fascinated that I managed to make it at all. That's really where I'm at right now. I don't care if I'm 11th or 67th. Chicken cut. Oh, brother. What is this jovial nonsense at almost 2 in the AMs? Or as my one friend says, 2 a.m. in the morning. What is this little bit of trolling as my body ceases to function? Even if I die playing Journey, my middle finger will still be on the W. Yes, I use middle finger for W because fuck you. Thumb is for space, pinky is for shift, and then the other two are for A and D. Had to look to make sure. It was just like in Modern Newcraft 2. I'm kind of always flipping people off with Journey here. Oh yeah, I'm doing it right now. Only on the W. No, I'm just kidding. That's my response to when you said, guess what? That's it. That's it. There's nothing more. Nothing else to see. I'm out of here. Yep, Beam4 flips off his last viewer. And yet he wonders why videos are underperforming. Because he rambles on like a crazy person most of the time. You know, that's just what you get here. It's just the experience, really. Dislike bombing. Yep, time to get all your bot accounts to dislike bomb the next episode of Journey. This one. I'm gonna dislike it too to show my support for Beam4. The opposite of support. But that's a joke. Oh nah, it is late. There's spiders, there's skeletons, there's mobs, mean comments. Yeah, everyone should comment and say I'm wasting my time and I should get a job, even though I already have a job. Maybe say I should go to school and get a job maybe after that, but I'm already doing that too. Damn, I thought of everything. There's always something. There's always one little itty bitty thing that you'll find, that people will find. Touch grass. Let me do that real quick, buddy. In real life, Blaze is saying. Well, joke's on you. But I have touched grass recently. No! Get away! I don't want your no soliciting. I don't want your newsletter. I don't want to hear what you have to say. Take a shower. Actually, you know, I'm feeling pretty good actually. I think I did take a shower not too long ago. Like 5 years ago. I live out on the streets. So you can occasionally hear the odd car driving by. Begging for tips. Well, I have my gaming PC with 2 monitors. Out on the streets, of course. One's for DMing the e-kittens. Oh, we're going with that story, are we? You're denying it. I'm denying it. Therefore, a fact. Okay, buddy. You're starting to sound like that lawsuit now. Or not that lawsuit, the Reddit community behind Subnautica. Basically every fan behind Subnautica 2 right now. Kind of the lawsuit too, though, to be fair, for now. Gonna be a lot of friggin' shite in that courtroom for sure. What does this last bacon video have to do with the case? My kid's the biggest fan. Kraft and white, Kraft mac and cheese. Here we call it Kraft dinner. Although Kraft dinner and Kraft mac and cheese are actually 2 different things. Funnily enough, I forgot about that. Freaking American. Wow, so flagrant. Just like I'm a friggin' Canadian. Guess I'll just die then, huh? I guess after Journey, I'll have to do Supermarket Simulator or Greg Tech or another Farland Journey or I don't know, whatever the hell. I mean, in all honesty, I probably wouldn't even start another Journey. Even if I did entertain the idea of another Journey, I probably would not start it after Journey ends. It would be quite some time. I'd need a good hiatus from walking. I need to sit down. I need to play some Renewcraft. Well, in 10 months. I need to play some other stuff. Maybe get up and go walk somewhere. I don't know. Instead of walking everywhere in game. Instead of walking, you now sprint. Yeah. Yeah. Blaze gets it. I gotta get that last license in Supermarket Simulator so I can get that 100% the game on Steam. Although like, I think it's got some more achievements now. Shite. I feel like that's just a game like journey where I'd have to just like commentate about random things while the episodes go by because there's not too much to really say when I'm not doing things. Just kind of running a till. I didn't realize how big of a grind it was until I actually played it and then realized the game gets super grindy later on. It's just like endless loop. And I think it's almost more fun to maybe stream something like that. Walking to the walkway. Walking to the cashier. Journey to the journey to the till. Journey to the pop aisle. Or sorry, as you would say, soda aisle. Cherry has educated me. I'm just kidding, I know what soda is. It's a joke. Journey to the aisle. Boat time, boat time. Boat time is the fun time. Most of Journey takes place on water. A good bit of it, for sure. So it's not just walking. It's walking, it's boating. I am calling it here now. You're calling it here? I think I'm gonna have to call it at the 10-hour mark here. I'll do one more day. I'm not running out of resources for a while, but I'll probably do a premature hidey hole at the end of the hour. See ya, boys. Thanks for tuning in. It's been a slice. Peace out to you, and I'll see you probably around the bend, maybe tomorrow. I don't know if you just friggin' do shite all day and never catch my marathon. That's fine. You caught today's one. Pass out, not peace out. Yeah. You go pass out. I'm gonna go pass out in like 10 minutes. That's the only difference between the two of us right now. Definitely not other things. All right, well, that's gonna have to do it for today. So, thank you everybody for tuning into this quite long marathon. Of course, there's gonna be plenty more of these before the fall ends. So yeah, stay tuned, and I'll see you guys in the next one. All right, peace out.